Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nandam Paramasukadam Gurum Tam Namami. With the most divine blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respect. As we stand today, every day we are connecting with us live and prepare ourselves for the Nithya Satsang, our time with the incarnation, the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Upanishad that happens every day. We are in the midst of history in the making. The history as it is unfolding in front of our eyes. We are part of his story, the story of a living avatar, an incarnation. And every moment we spend with the avatar, we wait in anticipation, we cherish, we imbibe, we reminisce, and we celebrate the choicest moments that we have with the living incarnation. The living incarnation of Paramashiva, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We join the Nithya Satsang so we can receive the secrets, the ultimate truths, the deeper understanding of the Jiva, the Jagat, the Ishvara, the Pashu, the Pasha, and the Pati. And these are extraordinary days. When I say extraordinary, we mean that we are in the middle of a global pandemic crisis. And yet, at the same time, we have an incarnation among us. giving us the most positive happening on this planet. Paramashivoham, the grand, the deep, and the most exciting, the truth that reveals layer after layer after layer. Paramashivoham is simply Paramashiva manifesting in all of us. The best kept secrets of the cosmos. The secrets Paramashiva shared with Lord Subramania are being shared right now. Let's try to recollect, reminisce, and listen to the secrets that were revealed yesterday, the gist of what it was yesterday. Swamiji says he will reveal the Tripura Rahasya. Tripura means not just the three worlds, but the infinite worlds. The Rahasya, the secret of all the worlds, not just the three worlds where we call as the Bhutala, the Bhuloka, where we, Bhatala, and then the Bhuloka, where we are, and then the heavens, the heavenly abode of the Devas. But here, Swamiji says, it is not just the Tripuras, doesn't just mean the three worlds, but the infinite worlds. In Sanskrit, it is always one, two, and infinite. So the secret of the infinite worlds. Swamiji shared, life is all about intellectually having higher cognitions. Everything that we do, the purpose is about having higher cognitions, intellectually having higher cognitions, and emotionally loving higher beings, consciously manifesting the higher form of existence, higher realities. First, intellectually having higher cognitions, then emotionally having love for the higher beings, and consciously manifesting the higher form of existence. Swamiji again and again has the most beautiful way, the most profound way of making his life the most user-friendly way, making that into, we can say, smaller packages that are consumable by us. What makes an avatar? What makes an incarnation? What are the attributes? What are the traits, the characteristics, the powers that make an incarnation, that make the avatar? Swamiji again and again, he breaks it down so that we can simply consume it. It is consumable for us. In fact, Nithya Satsang and pretty much every initiation is about that. All the dimensions happening inside the avatar, the incarnation, Swamiji just sharing with us in the most compassionate way, in the most user-friendly way, in the most possible way that we can take it and consume it. If you see, when Swamiji talks about the four powers, integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing, these four powers, they are the building blocks of what makes an incarnation. This, again, the science of an incarnation. And now here, yesterday, Swamiji has broken it all down in simple three sentences, in simple three dimensions that we immediately can relate with. Intellectually, having higher cognitions. emotionally having love for the higher beings, consciously manifesting those higher beings, the higher form of existence. In a nutshell, Swamiji has summed up his whole story, the Avatara Charitra, his story, which is history, can be summed up into this: intellectually having higher cognitions, emotionally having love for higher beings, consciously manifesting the higher realities, the higher presence. If you just have one glimpse, one glance at Swamiji's life, every moment it is about having intellectually understanding the higher cognitions. When Annamalai Swamigal, one of the direct disciples of Ramana Maharishi, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, and who Swamiji had the greatest fortune as a child to sit with and listen to his words. And just by he saying, we are not the body, we are not what we always consider as this jata, what we call as our body. We are not that. And immediately what Swamiji does? He goes and experiments with it. We have heard how he immediately takes and makes an incision into his own body to see, does it hurt? Will it hurt? If I am not the body, I should not feel any pain. Intellectually, having higher cognitions. And then, of course, so many stitches have to be made, and then they all take him back to Swami, Annamalai Swamigal. And then he gives a further technique. So then ask, who is the one who's saying I have the pain? A deeper understanding, a deeper cognition. And then, of course, Swamiji goes and sits in the Power Kundra, the coral hill. It's actually a hillock, a rock. And when he contemplates more on that question, when he goes deeper into that question, it becomes a quest, and ultimately leading him to his first conscious experience. Here, in this one event happening in the life of the avatar, we are able to see intellectually having higher cognitions, emotionally having love for higher beings. Of course, there has been ever a shortage of that happening in Swamiji's life. How much we, his disciples and devotees and followers, connect with Swamiji with the utmost love is simply a reflection, maybe just a mirror image, or how Swamiji tells how he has related with his gurus, his childhood icons, his superheroes, Ramana Maharishi, Annamalai Swamigal. And we have not even talked about his relationship, the way he related with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his first love, the love for higher beings, having the love for higher beings, which means having the love for their life, their cognitions, the truths that they represent. And then, of course, having Paramashiva manifest, having the higher existence manifest. All of this put together, we can see the whole the Avatara Charitra, the history of the Avatar, is simply this happening. It can be very beautifully imbibed by just understanding these simple things. This is the Tripura Rahasya. And we see that Swamiji has lived, showcased, enacted the Tripura Rahasya through his life. Intellectually, understanding, having higher cognitions, emotionally having love for higher beings, consciously manifesting the higher realities, the higher existence, Paramashiva. And it is the Advent, the purpose of the Advent, the avataric mission, the purpose of Swamiji's mission is to recreate that experience in as many people as possible, so that this, the Tripura Rahasya, is shared with the whole world, and more incarnations happen, more and more enlightened beings happen. This is the crux of pretty much everything that Swamiji does, including the vision for Kailasa. Kailasa, of course, the greatest Hindu nation. The Kailasa space is simply built for that purpose, so that this temple-based civilization can be revived. This is a story, his story, history of the incarnation. As it is unfolding in front of us, we realize that we are part of it. We are also living it along with Swamiji every moment, every day, making it the most wonderful, the most exciting, the most conscious life that we can have. The advent of the avatar had to happen in a conscious way. History in the making. When the advent happened, or when the conscious birth happened, Swamiji has revealed how, as a brilliant light, he entered what he later understood as, realized, recognized as Tiruvannamalai, and how that place became the epicenter of his entire life. I should say the entire life at a young age. And this is not the first time Paramashiva has chosen Tiruvannamalai as the place where he can manifest and continue to become available. This place, this space, is the incubator where the incarnation happened. When the higher existence decided to manifest itself on earth, it chose this ambience, this ecosystem, Tiruvannamalai. It has been for the ages the place that Paramashiva has happened time and again. And the story of how Paramashiva has given his promise that he will exist in all the three forms as the Arunachala hill, which he himself appeared as a deep shaft of light, unending shaft of light, and the presiding deity in the Arunachaleswara temple, and the living incarnation. Through these three forms, Tiruvannamalai is the place where Paramashiva is available all the time. Beyond time, Paramashiva exists in all these three forms. Paramashiva will be available in the divine form as an incarnation. He will be available, and he is available in the Tiruvannamalai, the Arunachala hill, and of course the presiding deity of the Arunachaleswara temple, the Shivalinga. Through these three, Paramashiva's promise is that he will be available, constantly giving people the experience of enlightenment, giving them intellectually the higher cognitions. To have the higher cognitions, we connect here to the Nithya Satsang. We sit in Upanishad. The higher cognitions, when they are shared with us without words, it is initiation. And all we have is a simple love for the Master, a simple love for the higher being. This love expresses itself in simple integrity, being open, being available, and being true to the words given to the Master, given to the incarnation. The love beautifully flowers. Even knowing that the love current that happens inside us is simply the love current of Paramashiva. The love that he showers on us, flowering inside us and then coming back as gratitude and integrity, simple integrity to the Master, to Paramashiva. Through this, both the higher cognitions manifesting in us and the manifesting of Paramashiva himself, the powers that he has given us, that happens when the higher being, the love for the higher being becomes fulfilled. And we have seen how in all our lives we have experienced this. The gratitude, the love that we have for the incarnation, for the Guru, even in the form of offering our Guru Puja, the Shiva Puja, the daily offering that we do, the love and gratitude that we show, that fulfills the cycle. If you look at the whole routine in the morning, the spiritual routine, that is the puja where we express our love, the satsang where the deep incarnation, the deep cognitions are imparted, and the power manifestation where manifesting of the higher beings happens. All of this, Swamiji has beautifully made it as a daily spiritual routine for us. This is the incarnation, the avatar, out of his deep compassion, ensuring that the experience that flowers in him also happens in all of us. When the incarnation chose Tiruvannamalai as the location where his advent will happen, where he will become available, there are so many reasons. There are so many factors that brought it all together so that Tiruvannamalai became place of choice. It became the epicenter of all spiritual activity. If you see right now, the whole science, the science of living enlightenment, the science of Paramashivatva, manifesting Paramashiva, all originated. The Adi Sarvagnipita happened in Tiruvannamalai. It has been a spiritual incubator for time immemorial. Paramashiva has manifested himself and chosen Tiruvannamalai before. There is a conflict between Brahma and Vishnu, the Lord of creation, Brahma, and the Lord of sustenance, Vishnu. They have a conflict about who is better. Paramashiva, they go to Paramashiva and he decides to settle it once and for all. And in the same process, how every action of Paramashiva leaves experience of Paramashiva can be shared. When Brahma and Vishnu come to Paramashiva with this conflict, who is bigger, who is better, he says, let me appear as a huge shaft, a shaft of light. Whoever is able to find the end, either the top end or the bottom end, will be declared as the supreme, the better person, better between the two. It's almost like a competition. And then Shiva appears as a brilliant, huge shaft of light. Vishnu starts to go towards the bottom, trying to find the end of it. And Brahma travels to the top, hoping to catch the head of the shaft. And this shaft of light ultimately is what turned as the Arunachaleshwara, the Arunachala hill in Tiruvannamalai. The story goes how Brahma tried to reach the top, but he is not able to. And he notices the tarampu, the flower from Paramashiva's head, is falling down. And he breaks a deal with the flower goddess. And then comes back and says, I have reached the top. While Vishnu came back and he conceded, he says, I'm not able to find the bottom. Now, of course, the next part of the story, Brahma gets taken off of his ego and gets the curse also that he will never be worshipped. Along with the tarampu also, the flower, is also cursed that it will never be used for any puja. But still, on the eve of Shivaratri, on the night of Shivaratri, tarampu is offered at the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai. Only one day, it gets its worship. It gets to be part of the worship as part of the puja. And then both Brahma and Vishnu, they request Paramashiva to be available, to make himself available to the people of the world. And he gave that promise. I'll be available in Tiruvannamalai, in this location, in 3 different forms. One as the Arunachala hill, where the huge, brilliant shaft of light happened. The presiding deity of Arunachaleshwara temple. And then, of course, the living incarnation. We have an unbroken lineage of living incarnations happening in that same space in Tiruvannamalai. that continues with the current pontiff, the incarnation. Why Tiruvannamalai was chosen as the epicenter? What makes Tiruvannamalai the place of choice? Paramashiva again and again manifesting himself there and making himself available there. Let's watch the, the significance of the place, the Tirthasthala of Tiruvannamalai. What we saw is a glimpse of Tiruvannamalai, the place, the location, and also the grim reality that we face. It is the most conducive incubator for Paramashiva to happen and manifest. And at the same time, the place is under threat. And we'll be talking about that side of it, the persecution that continues to happen even in such a sacred place as Tiruvannamalai. But as we celebrate the location, the sthala, the place, the energy center, we could see how the whole ambience is ripe, it is conducive, it is created for that purpose. Sadhus come in the millions, both who are still in the body and, as Swamiji says, who have the beings who have left the body. The whole Arunachala hill is house to a lot of enlightened beings, liberated beings. And Swamiji has revealed that truth. The whole place, especially if you're able to visit that place on a Paurnami, the full moon day, you'll be able to see how it's an epicenter. It's a magnet for spiritual seeking. From people from all over the world, they come here and they experience the Paramashiva by circumambulating the Arunachala hill. The place is vibrant with Paramashiva. And it's not just that, the presence of Paramashiva, the thousands of temples, the thousands and thousands of sadhus, the people, the society, all of that, the communities who take care of the temple, the communities who live based on the temple, their entire life revolves around the celebrations, the year-round celebrations at the temple. Everything that happens in their life centers on the temple. It is real temple-based ecosystem, temple-based enlightened living, temple-centric conscious living. How beautifully the temple is an integral part, almost as if it's a member of the family. And it is, because as Swamiji has said time and again, people refer to Arunachaleshwara, Paramashiva, as Appa, the father, and Parashakti as Amma, the mother. So they literally live with Paramashiva and Parashakti. Every family, every community, the whole of Tiruvannamalai. They are a clear example of intellectually having the higher cognitions and definitely having love for the higher beings and consciously manifesting the higher existence. The whole place, the sthala itself, is an exemplary portrayal, happening, existence of these three truths as expressed by Swamiji yesterday. Life is all about this, Swamiji shared. Intellectually having the higher cognitions, emotionally having love for the higher beings, and consciously manifesting those higher beings, higher existence. Tiruvannamalai as a place, as a whole, carries these three and enables and itself as an alive ecosystem makes it possible, becomes a catalyst in the lives of so many people, so they can also experience the Tripura Rahasya, the three, so that every person who is seeking can experience the secret, experience the higher truths. And when we talk about Tiruvannamalai and the unbroken lineage of the incarnations, there are so many who have expressed themselves, manifested in Tiruvannamalai, and how Swamiji very beautifully describes. He has had the fortune to be around so many great divine beings, and they have enriched Swamiji's life. And in the same way, how Swamiji would have enriched their life. Ultimately, whatever they had, they wanted to have in their lives. Now, the whole ecosystem is still maintained because of the lineage of enlightened beings, the incarnations happen, and so many others, so many beings, so many divine beings who mastered multiple sciences of Paramashivatva and ready to share, teach, enrich anybody who authentically seeks. When Swamiji was growing up as a child, he was a magnet for all those sciences to come to him. The fact that all of them were available, accessible, that makes the Tiruvannamalai space the ecosystem. As part of the ecosystem, of course, Swamiji talks about the multiple divine beings that he has been in touch with. Ramana Maharishi, the incarnation in the long lineage of incarnations from Tiruvannamalai. How simple love that Swamiji has for Ramana Maharishi that led to him ultimately have the experience exactly that as Ramana Maharishi had. Intellectually, we may understand that Ramana Maharishi at the age of 16, he had a conscious death experience. He went through death consciously. And by doing that, he can have the highest experience. The experience of going beyond death manifests in you. This is a cognition that we can intelligently associate with, intellectually relate with. But it is the love that Swamiji has for Ramana Maharishi, the endearing relationship that he had with him. Of course, it was past. Ramana Maharishi had already left the body and is Jiva Samadhi, continues to radiate his presence. But the love that Swamiji has for him, just by connecting with that love, and later when we see when Swamiji is sitting in the Manikarnika Ghat, wanting, seeking that experience of going beyond death, it is this intellectual cognition, his love for the higher being, that ultimately leads him to higher existence, the experience of going beyond death, enlightenment itself happening inside him. So let's now watch Swamiji talking about his love for Ramana Maharishi in the most endearing way.
Just yesterday, I was reading some of the reminiscences about Ramana Maharshi. What a disciplined life he lived, oh God. Being a Bhagavan, Lord himself, landing on the human frame. What a disciplined life. Even his walking every day, that was his exercise. So much of discipline. At least 1 hour morning, 1 hour evening, he will not miss walking in the uphill. When I read the reminiscences, morning, when he comes out of samadhi, brushing, taking bath, preparing himself to sit for darshan and blessing the devotees, going for a walk, then having very little food, then coming back, again is darshan, then going for a walk, evening, darshan, the chanting and grazing and resting, everything was so disciplined, so regular. Whoever comes, even if the king or queen, those days even kings and queens used to come and have his darshan, he will not miss his walk. Even if the king or queen comes, they have to sit and wait. And he will not miss his time with his monkeys and pet animals. Even if the VIPs come, they have to sit and wait. He will tell them, no, this is the time for animals. Every day, he used to spend at least an hour or two. He had lot of pets, monkeys, peacocks, snakes, cheetah, rabbit, all sorts of animals. I can understand. Those days Arunachala would have been so rich. When I remember him and his life, I can never stop my overflowing emotions and devotion. I can say you may love any number of people in your life. You may marry any time in your life. You may do whatever you want. But your first love, the boy or girl who caught your heart or attention in your childhood, stays in your heart forever. Even after that person changes his form or quality. Same way, my first love is Ramana Maharshi. How many masters would have entered my life? How many people would have impressed me? How many people would have given me experiences, enlightenment, spirituality, different experiences? But Bhagavan still remains as my first love. Even after you grow, your priorities change, your preferences change, your taste changes. But even then, when you search for your life partner, you will see the imprint of your first love continues to remain and influences your search. Same way, Ramana Maharshi is my first love, and any number of masters I may connect with, worship, relate, have experience, darshan, read, but he continues to remain in me, influencing, inspiring. Any master I see, the qualities I search in them is the qualities of Ramana Maharshi. Only with that scale I measure or judge, understand whether he is a master or not. If I just live like him and die, I'll feel I am fulfilled. What a discipline. What a life.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places thousands and grace them with spiritual powers. A dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online. A beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Bhagavan's love for Ramana Maharishi. When we have love for someone, their ideals become our ideals. What they stand for become what we stand for. Our internal framework, our decision-making ecosystem inside us, the whole process simply transforms. And Swamiji very beautifully says, a simple technique. And especially when he's going around the Arunachala hill and this one night, he's having this ghastly vision of a dog biting off a corpse, a dead body. The way his decision making happens. He simply, what will Annamali Swamigal do at this point? His deep love that he had ultimately becomes the ideal. All the powerful cognitions that they represent, they embody, all of those, they become our inner infrastructure, our decision making system, what we base our life decisions on. That platform that gets built by the cognitions that the beings who we are in love with, whatever they embody, whatever they represent, the truths that they deliver. So beautifully, the love Swamiji had for Ramana Maharishi comes through, and we listened to him in his very own words, how the love happened. Now in Tiruvannamalai, we are talking about that the incubator, the spiritual incubator that invites Paramashiva again and again to manifest and to even make a promise that he will be eternally available from there. Now here, the space of Tiruvannamalai is one of celebration. And how Swamiji has shared, the temple, constantly there is this celebration after celebration. There have been discussions about the 3 C's of Hinduism. And if we keep watching, if we start understanding what it is, celebration has to be there, because it is a key component of having life as a constant celebration, continuous celebration. We always move from one utsav to another. There is never a shortage, or rather never a break in utsavs, the festivals that happen. A constant celebration that keeps on happening. So the ultimate happening of Paramashiva as the huge shaft of light, as Arunachala, that event is celebrated as Kartikai Deepam. This celebration, expression of love for Paramashiva, expression of our love for a higher being, nurturing that love is celebration. Celebrating the Leela is the expression of love. In whatever way, however we cognize, however we internalize, we just simply celebrate the happening of the avatar, happening of Paramashiva. The Avatara Leela, celebrating that is Utsavam, festival, constantly celebrating that. It reminds us of the higher cognition. Intellectually, we imbibe it. It strengthens the love that we have for the higher being, and eventually leads us to manifesting that higher form, the higher being, higher existence. Kartikai Deepam is the most celebrated festival in Arunachala, in Tiruvannamalai. And when the whole spiritual ecosystem celebrates, we can actually see, we can actually imagine, visualize how it will be. Celebrating the presence of Paramashiva among us in so many different forms. In whatever form Paramashiva is available, celebrating his presence. That is Kartikai Deepam. And the Deepam, the lamp, the light, is again a celebration of the huge shaft of light that Paramashiva appeared. So let's watch this short clip about how Kartika Deepam is celebrated and what really happens, how it is celebrated in Tirunamala.
Listen, actually, today is the best day. Sadashiva appears for Brahma and Vishnu early morning in the form of light shaft, means the consciousness which is beyond time and space enters into time and space. One becomes many. That is what today morning you saw. Now all that lamps will be brought back and many becomes one again in the evening. See, the whole Hindu cosmology is explained in this today's celebration. Sadashiva declares, let me become many to celebrate myself. So morning we celebrate he becoming many. You can see every deity, every god, we go and light the lamp, means the main lamp is bioenergy is invoked, his presence is invoked. From there, each expression is Sadashiva. That is why 5 lamps, to show his 5 face. One for the Lingam, one for Nithyanandeshwara. In Agama, every one is separate. Only in Vedanta, one. When you take care, see, all of us are one, but dosas need to be separate. All of us are one in the inner space, no doubt, but dosas need to be separate. The carrying. So, each, that Sadashiva himself becomes many. So, whole campus we went round and it was such high energy. I know it was, see, all this may look very simple, but they all have a profound significance. Especially today, in that light, literally you had the darshan of Sadashiva. Sadashiva is there in that fire. So ritualistically, it has to be maintained till it reaches the temple back and till the evening lamp is lit with that fire only. And evening, we will have the celebration. All the lamps will be brought back. That is the sound you are hearing. They are going to each shrine and do the puja and bring all the lamps back. So again the many becomes one. And Devi is given darshan. Devi is accepted in the half. Actually, morning Brahma and Vishnu were blessed and asked to make the one into many. Evening, even Devi became one. The whole thing becomes one. You will see you will also have the darshan of Ardhanarishwara evening. Means the Sadashiva in the form of Shiva and Devi. You will have darshan in the evening. Not only spiritually, even socially, this celebration forms a very important part of my life. Because this is the only celebration I enjoyed from my birth, at least in this body. The whole Arunachala will be vibrating. Usually, every year I go to Arunachala for this. It's around 20 hours celebration. Early morning to tomorrow morning, Sadashiva himself will go around the hill. So with that, the ritual concludes. Tonight, after the Deepam, Sadashiva's deity will be brought. He will go around the whole hill with all the paraphernalia which you guys are seeing now here, with all that fun and paraphernalia. He will go around the whole hill. Around 30 lakh people will walk all around the hill. It's called Naramalai, means garland of human beings will be put for that hill. And he will be garlanded. The whole hill will be garlanded today in 3 items: flower, lemon, and another one fruit like an apple or orange. Whole hill, the garland will be long at least 15 kilometer. 15 kilometer long, single garland made out of flowers, one garland made out of lemon, one garland made out of any seasonal fruit like apple or orange. It will be offered to the whole hill. One old man has made a trust. Some 100 crore wealth, his wealth, he left it for the trust just to garland Sadashiva on this one day. He made a will. This whole money goes to only for garlanding every year Sadashiva in the form of the hill. He had darshan of Sadashiva in the form of the hill. And after that, he wrote, and every year they very sincerely do it. Matter, element through which energy can be spread into all, everything. See, fire is the bridge. If you put earth element, water element both into fire, he will convert that into air element and space element. He is the bridge. These two have form, this two does not have form. This is formless form. Air and space does not have form. Earth and water has form. Fire is formless form.
So, the space of Tiruvannamalai as an incubator in so many different ways supports and ensures that the Tripura Rahasya, intellectually understanding the higher cognitions, emotionally having love for the higher beings, and consciously manifesting the higher existence. This is the essence of life, as Swamiji very beautifully laid it out yesterday. And also Swamiji gave this key, not only the truth, but also the key through which we can achieve that experience, attain that experience of the truth. Whenever we receive something from Swamiji, like he has said, reduce the intake of solid food, just have one solid food per day. Swamiji says, doesn't have to be immediately that you jump into that mode. You can even take it up as a 1 month project or whatever that may be for yourself. Maybe from where you are, reduce the consumption of solid food. Maybe reduce it to 2 days, 2 times a day, and then slowly come back to one meal per day. Like that, the gradually moving towards the truth, the experience that Swamiji has told us, the spiritual guideline that Swamiji has given us. Now, this can beautifully be applied as a key to ultimately attain the truth. Because the more that we consume solid food, the more we relate with ourselves as a solid entity. The jata that we carry, the body that we carry. Less and less, of course, physically, what happens is a completely different story. Physically and even psychologically, physiologically rather, whatever happens within the body, the physiological changes that happen in the body, they are a complete different dimension. But spiritually, it centers ourselves and helps us align with more and more deeper, subtle truths. the grooves that are made in our brain when we have more liquid food, when we intake, for example, only one solid food per day, and the rest of it as in a liquid form. And Swamiji also said we can have as much liquid as possible as you want, but just have it as liquid. But when it comes to solid food, just have that one meal per day. And this is a spiritual guideline, an instruction that Swamiji has given. And he has also given the key how to make it happen for us. As an incarnation, the avatar knows the constant emotional, psychological ups, downs, physiological, all of that. And the only thing Swamiji said for us not to do is simply drop it and say, I'll just have three meals a day. Wherever we are, it doesn't matter. But let's have a plan. Let's say it is a 3 months plan for some people. Let's say it is just a 1 month plan and 21 days, or even 21, or maybe 3 days, or even 1 day, or even just today. The gradual leading us into that practice, into that instruction, is the key, or rather can be a key. But simply dropping it and continuing with whatever has been given as a spiritual instruction, that stops us from intellectually having higher cognitions. And physically, we have to be prepared. And this is the whole science of preparing ourselves from the physical aspect of who we are, physiologically what changes can happen in the body, and even emotionally what can happen. All of that, psychologically, the changes that we go through. Through all of that, for an incarnation to deliver, have us experience and manifest Paramashiva. The mental grooves, the brain grooves have to be made. The subtle grooves have to open up. And for that, this is required, this is needed. And Swamiji has given it as a spiritual instruction towards that. And even that, the compassion of the incarnation is so deep. It also gives us the key to unlock, to make it happen for us. How to make it happen for us. Instead of making it a sudden attempt and maybe just it doesn't work and we drop it and then can go back to the existing meal routine. Instead of doing that, taking it up as a project, let's say six months for some people, 3 months for some people, 3 days for some people, but getting there, that is the key. So to imbibe the intellectually imbibe, have powerful cognitions, greater, higher cognitions. This is needed so we can immediately absorb. Our brain can visualize, cognize the higher cognitions, the higher truths. And this happens very beautifully when the brain grooves open up. The catalyst, or I can say even the lubricant that helps us transform the shifting of the gears from a certain male routine to another routine. Shifting of the gears becomes a smooth transmission. Of course, the transmission system has to be lubricated so that the transmission of the truth can happen. The lubricant is the love that we have for the higher being. The catalyst in the alchemy is the love for the higher being. All of this leading into the conscious manifesting of Paramashiva. There was one more great divine being who Swamiji got to spend so much of his life as a child, and how Swamiji explains, Swamiji talks about him, Ram Surat Kumar, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. Just being in his presence, the radiating presence, the solutions that he gave to people, the perfect yogi, the tejas, the radiance that Swamiji felt just from the skin. All of that, how beautifully he explains. And if you had to ask about Swamiji, we'll definitely, most definitely have all of these that attributes we talk about Swamiji. Clearly, the love that Swamiji had for Yogi Ram Surat Kumar has translated, transformed into those truths, into those significant attributes happening, significant dimensions happening in Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, mirroring in Swamiji. You can actually see whatever, as a child, Swamiji looked up to or admired in the beings, the higher beings that he had a love for. All of those now are expressing through Swamiji. And it is for all of us to imbibe and celebrate. So let's listen to the story of Ram Surat Kumar. How Swamiji related with him. Just that connection. Just that love that happened allowed him to totally imbibe and simply start mirroring his inner space, and all the dimensions start manifesting in him also. So let's watch this clip about Swamiji talking about Yogi Ram Surat Kumar.
Blessed are those who are directly asked to do the things which are not dharma, as per your understanding, by Guru. I am telling you, if your Guru says, do something which is not dharma as per you and you do it, you are blessed. You are blessed. I still repent for not smoking when Yogi Ram Suratmar gave me the bidi. I still repent. But I missed it. I missed the chance. Now how many times I smoke, nothing can happen. That won't liberate me. Anyhow, I struggled myself. I can say, if I would have picked up the bidi from his hand that day and smoked, I can say at least I would have reduced 2 years of my struggle in my journey. 2 years struggle could have been sorted out in 2 seconds. I am very clear. I still repent for not picking up the bidi from Ram Suratmar when he gave. Maybe many of you may not know that incident. Let me describe. I am brought up from a very orthodox family. My grandfather, oh God, is a great inspiration for me, but highly orthodox. The extreme funny level of orthodoxy, you can't even talk about non-veg or alcohol or cigarette, bidi in the house. Forget about, you can't even talk. Forget about having, you can't even talk. Even in the TV, some scenes coming, if some scenes come as if smoking, he will switch off the TV. And I was brought up by him. One day I was sitting in the Tiruvannamalai burial ground, Smashana, cremation ground, with Yogi Ram Suratkumar. Usually he sits there in the night time. Whenever I ask him, why do you sit here? He says, this is a calm place. Only dead people will not disturb us. He will be happily sitting. I went and sat. I used to enjoy his company. He's a chain smoker. I don't know what happened. One day, but Krishna has promised he will not take any weapon and fight in the war. Guru always promises he will not directly kill parental condition. I can see exactly Krishna standing there instead of the chariot wheel with bidi. And my Bhishma is struggling. And I neither moved my body front nor said no. Saying no too much, but moving the body and picking up too much. What to do? I was just frozen. But the bidi is burning. Time is running. Time is running. See, not deciding is deciding not to decide. I was not deciding, but naturally it means deciding not to decide. Then the fire went and touched Ram Suratma's finger. He just dropped the bidi. When the fire came near his finger, he dropped the bidi. He just caught my ears, both ears. But fortunately I had such a deep surrender to him, and he was able to force me, and I am blessed he forced me. But still I missed for me not taking the decision voluntarily. He just caught my ears and blew the smoke from his mouth on my face. I don't know what happened. For 3 days, whatever was happening around me was soundless movie. In those days, the movies used to come, no sound, no volume, just the scenes will go. Same way, soundless movie. Everything happening around me without background noise. I am seeing vehicles moving. I can see temple aarti is happening, but no bell sound. Everything was such peace. But even then, of course, after that, never I smoked, not even once. But I repent for not picking up when he gave, when he stretched his hand. Gladly jump beyond dharma. When Master asks you, that is the best thing you will do for yourself and for your enlightenment. I can say only to ask you to do something which is not dharma as per you, master, happens in your life.
Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. I can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare, I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion. Your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. My life's become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Oh, my heart begins to dance. And every time I think of you, I just start to melt. So much beauty to be felt.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya.
For the higher beings transforms our very own self, imbibing the ideals that the higher being embodies. Here we beautifully saw how that Swamiji's story, his story, has been just this constantly happening again and again. When the experience happens within Swamiji, the incarnation, he enacts that experience happening in him for the only purpose of sharing that experience with all of us. The purpose is to have us also have the same experience, gain that same experience. And for that, the cognitions are given, the love is expressed so that the love can actually come back how Swamiji beautifully describes the love current of Mahadeva, Paramashiva. It overflows into us and then goes back as gratitude. So not only is he giving the powerful cognitions, he's also giving the love which he actually receives in the end and simply manifests himself in all of us. In this whole process, Swamiji brings as many people as possible to experience this. First, the space of Tiruvannamalai. How so many people have been introduced to the whole ambience, that ecosystem that exists there. Just to be there, to go through the Arunachala hill on a Paurnami day, a full moon day, to visit the temple, to go on the Arunachala hill on a trek, walking up the hill with utmost reverence. All of these experiences, Swamiji has introduced it to so many thousands of people who have then, since then, come to adapt, appreciate the science of life itself, of what really life is all about, the celebration, the cognitions, the love, all of that. So let's listen to a couple of people who have been introduced, who were introduced to this ecosystem and how that actually transformed their entire life. Let's listen to participants of Swamiji's initiation, Swamiji's process, the programs, through the programs that he has offered, how their lives were totally transformed by just that one experience, that glimpse of Tiruvannamalai, the ultimate ecosystem.
Anyway, we're in Swamiji's home today, and this place is just fantastic, beautiful, spiritual. We're going to be doing fire walking today, body piercing. Man, I'm just really hyped up. Hopefully my voice comes back during those exercises too, you know? All right, Nithyanandam guys.
This place is beyond amazing. As you can see, the energy here is incredible. I've never felt anything like this in my entire life. The people, the friends, just the calmness, the oneness. The banyan tree was humming and beautiful. And I'm honored all the people that want to take pictures with us. It brought me to tears. So, looking at
whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya.
You see the mission of Kailasa, the objective, the mission Swamiji has established, the greatest Hindu nation, Kailasa, is to simply revive the temple-based enlightenment ecosystem and re-establish it so that this ecosystem is not lost forever. If you see, throughout this childhood, this period of Swamiji's life, his history, so many people unconditionally, with the utmost compassion, without expecting anything in return, they shared these sciences. Swamiji talks about one of his acharyas who would travel, an older gentleman who travels so many miles every day just so that he can teach this one person. Simply because this science has to be maintained. The integrity they carried for the science that has been given to them, the gratitude that they held for the science that has been given to them, the science of Aushadha, making medicine, the science of the various herbs and making Aushadhas, yoga, the ultimate science of yoga, not just teaching yoga, but as a physical activity, but the ultimate science of yoga as Paramashiva himself gave. In so many different ways, so many people contribute. The science of Vedanta, the ultimate science of Vedanta. In so many different ways, so many people contributed. And of course, by contributing, they also got enriched. By contributing to an incarnation's life, their being also got enriched. But how this ecosystem was simply all set, the whole ambience was right, conducive for an incarnation to happen. So that incarnation can take this science and share. And Swamiji, the living avatar of Paramashiva, is recreating this ambience, this ecosystem, the temple-based ecosystem, so that more and more incarnations can happen. More and more incarnations of Paramashiva can happen. The best experience that has happened in him, Swamiji just beautifully shared with all of us through initiation, through powerful cognitions, in so many different ways. In the revival of the entire Sanatana Hindu Dharma, in the most significant way, this acts as a catalyst for incarnations to happen, incarnations to be molded. The possibility of incarnations happening exists only where this ecosystem is maintained. And this is the reason why incarnations continue to keep happening in Bharatvarsha, in the physical construct of India, the country, simply because this ecosystem is maintained. And now, when we look at the Kailasa, the grand effort, the greatest Hindu nation on the planet, Swamiji has taken the responsibility of making it, creating that Kailasa. When this ecosystem can be taken, duplicated, replicated in so many places, then the science is not lost, it's preserved, it's conserved. The whole science can be revived, allowing the platform for many, many incarnations to happen. This is essentially the vision of Kailasa. As we can see, Swamiji beautifully defines the Vedic civilization is the eternally living, enlightened civilization. The historical continuity traces back to 1,900 million years, the time period that actually marks the beginning of the human civilization. So whenever the actual human civilization started, since then, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has existed, even maybe before that. The civilization only flourished in the land of Bharatvarsha, geographically at the moment within India. All these phenomena, the physically, geographically, the Himalayas, the long plains in the west, all of that provided the best protection, the best source, the seat of knowledge and philosophy that preserves the Vedic wisdom. And through sacred arts and architecture, the temples that we have, the tall structures, the greatest architecture that we see, the architectural marvels that we see, they stand as the ultimate testament for the peaks that the civilization realized. An enlightened civilization, only an enlightened civilization can achieve these peaks. The seat of language, the most refined linguistic expression of the truth. And these are the core foundations, the foundations of the ecosystem. And when they are under danger, the all-knowing spiritual seat of knowledge, Sarvajna Pita, through its presiding master, incarnation, descends as the Jagat Guru to revive, protect and radiate Sanatana Hindu Dharma for the whole of human civilization. When a vacuum is created, a pull happens from the Sarvajna Pita. When there is a need, a dire need for an incarnation to happen so that this ecosystem, this incubator is not lost, that pull creates an incarnation. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda, has revived Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and he is the architect of the new enlightened civilization. And that's exactly what is happening that we see here in Kailasa, the greatest Hindu nation, a nation where Hindus can simply live, practice with freedom, maintain that ecosystem which nurtures incarnations. And Swamiji is recreating the original space of Naimisharanya from the spiritual seat of Sarvajna Pita, the voice of the truth that vibrated in the Ganges Saraswati civilization, the most venerable rivers, the Ganges and Saraswati, the civilization that formed around it, the Naimisharanya, that is getting revived. The divine vision and expressions are tuned to that. The Vedic Renaissance is happening in all its originality all those sciences, the temple sciences, the music, the art, everything, the architecture, power manifestation, all of those sciences are getting revived, revitalized, restored, brought back to life. So beautifully, the Kailasa nation is simply set up with that as one of its primary goals, that this ecosystem will be conserved, will be preserved, and that will be the priority for anybody creating a new community, even a new nation. And this is exactly where, as we saw earlier, the anti-Hindu forces, they continue to collude with corrupt officials and destroy the possibility of having this ambience create more and more incarnations. This incubator could be lost. The anti-Hindu forces, they join together and they simply stop any progress that can happen. And we have seen that time and again from Swamiji's life, where Tiruvannamalai as the space itself is under all this attack. As you see here, the Avatara Kshetra, where the avatar was born in an attempt to stop the avatar and his mission. The Tiruvannamalai Adinam has been the center of so many attacks. It has invited so many attacks, along with the other Adinams that were ransacked and destructed. There was a live attempt on March 3rd in 2020, the day after the morph video was put on a corrupt TV channel. Not finding the one they were looking for, the hired locals and anti-Hindu elements destroyed the property and assaulted its residents. And then again in November 2012, the HRNCE attempted to falsely present Nithyananda Peetham, Tiruvannamalai Adinam, a private monastery property, as a public temple, so that they can take over administration and thereby completely destroy its cultural heritage. As we know, even after the Adinam has proved that yoga and meditation programs have been open for everybody of all religious backgrounds and the deities of a personal worship of the residents, the Honorable High Court, of course, gave the order that Nithyananda Peetham is a public charitable trust and the HRNCE cannot stake any claim. It is in the trust deed that the institution is open, the Adinam is open to all people, irrespective of the caste, creed, or religion. So, even so, this is the case. The destruction that was brought on Tiruvannamalai is unbelievable. And then we have in Tiruvannamalai the Pavarakundru, where exactly the first experience of Swamiji happened. Where his gurus, the divine beings that he was in love with, they sat there, they have sat in the Arunachala hill to have that experience, to have higher and higher experiences. And when Swamiji had his first spiritual experience, beautifully, the whole place became a Shakti Sthala, where now we can sit and worship imbibe, and get initiated into the same experience. Here you see how on March 2010, hired henchmen had come to look for Swamiji. There was a murder attempt, an attempt on Swamiji's life. The next day, this is not an isolated event, not just the Tiruvannamalai Adinam, but so many places, close to 100 places were attacked in the same day. And this was a clear murder attempt. As you see in these pictures, how every location, Nagarkoil, Rasipuram, Kumbakonam, Rajapalayam, everywhere, there was a clear attempt to destroy the temple-based ecosystem, destroy the incubator. So further, it cannot be a source for incarnations to happen. Until the last Hindu is eliminated, this effort is not going to stop. Then, as we discussed earlier, this is not just a fringe group bringing about these attacks. Correct officials are also in a nexus with anti-Hindu forces, and they use every possible crooked cannot be with Swamiji. And the next thing that happened, because the documentation was very clear that this is not a private property, rather this is not a public temple, and all the deities were only for the residents for their personal worship. This happened. The Power Kundru that is in Tiruvannamalai on the Arunachala hill is the hillock that Swamiji sat on when he had the first spiritual experience. And there, simply going and celebrating that happening in Swamiji's life, that happening of Swamiji's history, when devotees and disciples, they go there to celebrate that, they get constantly attacked and abused. A Hindu sannyasi and a devotee beaten and abused by anti-Hindu forces during worship at Pavarakundru. And they become hospitalized. The brutal attack that happened on a Hindu sannyasi. And then again, in 2017, of course, the male and female sannyasis, the Hindu monks of Paramashivoham, of Nithyananda Paramashivam, Bhagavan, brutally attacked. Again, the same thing happening at Pavarakundru. This is now in 2017, in June. As you see, they're getting abused, threatened, and beaten down. Their life is in clear and immediate danger. And those who are expected to give protection, the police officials, they stand in the way of this, of any help that our sannyasis can get. Again, the same thing happening another day, 2017. The Hindu monk getting assaulted, and the shrine that they set up in Pavarakundru, because an experience that's happened for Swamiji is the place is worthy of worship. The place is itself is a Shakti Sthala. And by visiting that place, So many people can, simply by visiting, people can be initiated into the same experience. And this is where the Hindu monks are getting assaulted, and they're deprived us of the worship that they they came to do. It is a sacred pilgrim site, the Pavarkund, but the Hindu monks, sannyasis, they're not allowed in there, and they are getting beaten and assaulted, even murdered. This is a clear anti-Hindu mafia attack that we have seen, and you can actually see the pictures of this brahmachari who's just lying down lifeless, who's been beaten, lynched by the mob, and he's getting taken to the hospital to get his scans done. Fortunately, here the brahmachari survived, but this is not the same story that we can share. So many have lost their lives. So many Hindu sannyasis have lost their life. Very recently, we had the attack on Pulgar, the town of Pulgar in Maharashtra. We saw two monks, two Hindu sannyasis getting brutally attacked and killed, lynched by a mob. And the police who were still around make no attempt to save their lives. And here you see the same thing was tried on the sannyasis initiated, the monks initiated by Swamiji. The mob attacks almost 100 people with sticks and all other improvised weapons. They try to attempt murder on a sannyasi by pushing him to the ground and hitting him on the chest. They also used very abusive words on him and threatened them to move out of his place. The anti-Hindu elements again abuse the sacred stila, the Paramashiva stila, which is the Parvakunda. As you can see, even the deities are not spared. They are also attacked, desecrated. Fortunately, our sannyasis had the support of a few Hindu organizations who were able to help, who stepped forward to unite and oppose the malignant cancer which is growing rapidly and eating away the core of Hindu practices and lifestyle. This is to create a task force, an alliance to simply protect sannyasis from carrying out these rituals by following their rituals. Yet again, just a few days later, there is the illegal arrest of sannyasis who are doing sacred puja at Tiruvannamalai Paravakundru. Even after multiple attacks on Paravakundru, the Mahasadashiva Paramashiva deity, the sannyasis continue to perform their daily sacred rituals. On the day, they were offering abhishekam with milk during the puja. A few minutes later, police and the press media personnel, they arrive at the scene and start recording the sacred ritual and televising it live. And the only crime that these sannyasis, monks did is simply doing the sacred puja at the Parakundra. For no fault of theirs, the police, instead of protecting them, sadhus, holy men, they instead arrest them and put them in jail. And this is widely accepted, and this is supported, especially in the social media. The only way we can do this is, we can combat this is if all of us, if we create enough outlets, if we create and share the ultimate truths, the truths about all of these incidents, if you share them with more and more people, then that takes over. Let's see, for example, in the internet space, in the internet sphere, our blogs, the bloggers, they give their say, and most of the time they direct the narrative. And here you see very clearly how the police themselves, they take law in their own hands and they execute clear violence on our sannyasis. So this narrative, this rather truth, has to be shared across the world, all over the world, and all we need to do is simply share it in all the platforms. Share the presentation, share the videos, the website nithyanandatruth.org that we are looking at right now. All social media outlets, we can share this. This is the untold story of the living avatar of the religious persecution. How again and again there is every attempt to stop this ecosystem from happening, because the anti-Hindu forces know if this incarnation recreates, revives the ecosystem, then more and more incarnations are going to happen, and that is not going to be okay with the anti-Hindu forces. In fact, their only goal is to eliminate all Hindus, and they won't stop until the last Hindu is eliminated on this planet Earth. The persecution doesn't end here. It continues, goes on. With an arrest that happened, continues.
அண்ணாமலையார் மலை மீது முருகர் கோயிலுடன் அமைந்துள்ள பவழக்குன்று இந்து சமய அறநிலைத்துறையின் கட்டுப்பாட்டில் உள்ளது. அங்கு நித்யானந்தாவின் சீடர்கள் பாறைகளுக்கு மஞ்சள் பூசி திரிசூலம் நட்டு வழிபாடு செய்துள்ளனர். பின்னர் படிப்படியாக கீற்றுக்கொட்டாய் அமைத்து அதனுள் பஞ்சலோகத்தால் ஆன முருகன் வள்ளி சிலைகளுக்கு இணையாக நித்யானந்தாவின் சிலையை நிறுவி வழிபாடு செய்ய ஆரம்பித்துள்ளனர். இதை அறிந்த உள்ளூர் மக்கள் பவழக்குன்று ஆக்கிரமிக்கப்படுவதாக கூறி கோட்டாட்சியர் உமா மகேஸ்வரியிடம் புகார் அளித்தனர். இதையடுத்து கடந்த 16ஆம் தேதியன்று பவழக்குன்றுக்கு சென்ற கோட்டாட்சியர் உமா மகேஸ்வரி அரசு இடத்தில் ஆக்கிரமிப்பு கூடாது என எச்சரிக்கை விடுத்தார். அதற்கு அந்த இடம் தங்களது பயன்பாட்டில் உள்ளதாக கூறி நித்யானந்தாவின் சீடர்கள் சில ஆவணங்களை எடுத்து காட்டினர். அதை ஆய்வு செய்த உமா மகேஸ்வரி, இது புறம்போக்கு இடத்தை ஆக்கிரமிப்பு செய்ததற்காக வழங்கப்பட்டுள்ள எச்சரிக்கை நோட்டீஸ் என கூறி ஆக்கிரமிப்புகளை அகற்றிவிடுமாறு கூறினார். ஆனாலும் ஆக்கிரமிப்புகளை அகற்ற மறுத்த சீடர்கள் குடிலுக்குள் இருந்த சிலைகளை சுற்றி அமர்ந்து கொண்டு அதிகாரிகளுக்கு சாபம் விட ஆரம்பித்தனர். சாபங்களை பொருட்படுத்தாத வருவாய்த்துறை ஊழியர்கள் கூரைகளை பீய்த்து எறிந்து காவல்துறை உதவியுடன் அவர்களை வலுக்கட்டாயமாக இழுத்து வெளியேற்றினர். மலையை விட்டு இறங்க மறுத்த நித்யானந்தாவின் பெண் சீடர்களும் வலுக்கட்டாயமாக கீழே இறக்கப்பட்டனர். பின்னர் 5 நாட்கள் அமைதி காத்துவிட்டு கடந்த 22ஆம் தேதி பவழக்குன்று மலையின் மீது ஏறிய நித்யானந்தா சீடர்கள் அங்கு பூஜை மற்றும் தியானத்தில் ஈடுபட தொடங்கினர். இதையடுத்து அங்கு சென்ற அதிகாரிகள் காவல்துறை
to give a complete rundown of what is happening, the one-sided biased way that the media represents the whole story. In Pavalakkundru, they still talk about it as a rock, as if there is no significance to it, as if there is no divinity that we see. As Hindu sannyasis, this is the ultimate place where the enlightenment experience, the first enlightenment experience has manifested, Paramashivoham manifested. And here, the narrative is very clear for the media, the corrupt media. They discount the whole experience, the significance, and label it as just any other rock, and thereby simply discounting, discrediting the whole story, rather the truth about Pavalakkundru, the sanctity that space holds of the first enlightenment experience happening there, not even considering being sensible to the way that Hindu sannyasis, the way Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma worships the exact space the experience happened. The experience of enlightenment, the sthala, the location, energy center where it happens, is revered, worshipped in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and how the corrupt officials, the media, the whole narrative is completely discounting this aspect, this dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Where, as you saw, the right to perform the spiritual puja was refused for Hindu sannyasis, enforced, and very violently taken away. The temple that was getting maintained there was completely destroyed. It was a very simple structure, but even that was totally destroyed by the police. And the corrupt media was right there to ensure that the wrong narrative is being given by those actions, thereby changing the public opinion. And whatever we just saw is this simply another episode of constantly the same mode of persecution. Just a few days ago, we saw this in Kashi Sarvagnipitam, where our land, the place that is most sacred to us, where Swamiji had his experience of conscious death, the place has the potential to give that same experience, initiation to anybody who visits. But how corrupt officials colluded with the police, and they made sure even the deities are desecrated, they're taken away and destroyed. The whole place was destroyed. This is the same persecution, the same mode of persecution happening again and again and again. And this is exactly the need for Kailasa to happen. The space of Kailasa to happen, so that there is at least one place, one location where the sciences are preserved and conserved. In fact, not just one place, one location, but so many different places. This science has to be shared. This ecosystem has to be maintained. This possibility of incarnation, the only hope for mankind, can be preserved. So this is now the story that keeps repeating itself. And the only hope that we have is to revive this ecosystem and ensure that this ecosystem is not lost forever. It is now time for us to prepare ourselves to receive and become available for Nithya Satsang, to have the higher cognitions, to intellectually have higher cognitions, to emotionally have love for higher beings, and to manifest the higher existence. Let us enter into a space of complete listening with a clear decision that we will become available for Paramashiva, for Swamiji. Sitting straight, closing our eyes, let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
I'll directly give you conclusions. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste your time in giving you unnecessary statements, unnecessary concepts, unnecessary ideas. I'll give you direct conclusions. Understand? Physiology of reality. Whatever you are experiencing as reality in your life, it may be good or bad. It may be poverty or wealth. It may be health or disease. It may be joy or pain. It may be bliss or enlightenment. It may be ignorance or suffering. Whatever you perceive, experience as reality, and whatever is reality. I'll give you the physiology of reality. The moment you know the physiology of reality, you know how to manifest your reality. Understand? If you have just headache which comes rarely, you don't need to do much other than knowing a name of the medication, the pill, and the shop where it is available. But if you are constantly falling sick, you wanted to attend yourself and the people around you, then just knowing few names is not going to help. You need to go to the depth. Same way, if you want just one boon, one problem solved, you don't need this whole program. Just come for morning Sarvadarshan. I'll give you the boon, you can go. You just need to know the address of the Biddi Adinam, that's all. But if you are interested in manifesting your life as you want and helping others to manifest their lives as they want, then you need to know the physiology of reality. Listen. Listen to the word I am uttering. Physiology of reality. This science, which I am going to share with you now, the conclusions I am going to share with you now are from Agamas. Sadashiva gave Vedas to Brahma to create the universe, Agamas to Vishnu to run the universe. Vedas were given to Brahma to create the universe for creation. Agamas were given to Vishnu to run the universe. The science which I am going to share with you, the physiology of reality, is from Vedas and Agamas. Listen to the conclusions. Do not waste your time in non-listening space, because I am not going to spend much time on logically convincing you. I'm going to give you straight conclusions. Straight factual statements. Understand, human being is a seed, possibility. You are a possibility, seed. This is the first truth with which you need to have Shaktipata. You are not finished product. You are not done. Listen, you are not done. The moment you come to the idea, you are done. I tell you, you are done. You are not done. It is unfortunate nowadays, even teenage kids feel they are done. It's really unfortunate. As long as you don't think you are done, you are my Balasant. A woman, the moment she gets married, she feels she is done. Man, the moment he gets job, he feels he is done. Job and marriage, that's all. We are done. For different people, different time, different goal, you feel you are done. Understand? The moment you feel you are done, in depth level you are dead. Life is not available to you anymore. Life is over. It is not available for you anymore. Do not do this one crime to yourself. That idea, you are done. No. You are a seed. Continuously life is possible. Even when death comes, be very clear. I am a seed. I am going to see the life. Constantly start new ventures. Get into new thought currents, new ideas, new actions, new concepts, new lifestyles. Constantly. Even if it is mistake, it will not be a crime. But if you are not doing anything new, it's a crime. I tell you. Constantly. Because human being is a possibility, is a seed. You are a seed. You need to open up. You need to evolve new organs. Please understand. When I utter the word, you need to evolve new organs, I really mean. I'm going to demonstrate it. You will see my new species developing even new organs in the body. Not just intra-organs, internal organs itself. You are a great possibility. The first principle of physiology of reality is whatever is perceived by you as reality is a great possibility. It is not conclusion. If you think you have a disease, your reality is poverty, it is not conclusion. Understand? It is not conclusion. Listen. The first principle you need to know about the physiology of reality is nothing is concluded. You are in the middle of the life. Means there is so much of possibility in front of you. Possibility of the future gives you Shakti to manifest your reality. Understand? Possibility of the future, possibility of life gives you the inspiration even to manifest your reality. Please understand. All of us, as long as we can breathe, we carry the possibility to manifest our reality. People ask me, then why people are not manifesting? Why everyone is not manifesting? Understand, nobody wants to. Everyone has come to the conclusion they are now end product QC passed over, already packed. You are not a packed food sitting in a mall. You are a seed on the ground. Understand? You are not packed food sitting on the mall. You are seed on the fertile ground. Life is a possibility. All the ideas which comes inside you that you are done, nothing can be done, it is all over, all that need to be completed. You need to have Shaktipada with this first principle. Life is a possibility. Great possibility. Look into yourself and see in how many places you closed the door of possibilities for you. Sometimes learning the language. So, no, that is all not for me. I have already done one or two, that's enough. Or learning something like as simple as swimming or cooking. No, I'm too old for all that. Or things as simple as just grooming yourself to look decent and presentable. What is there? I am already married. Marriage is not a crime that you can't be presentable. You can't be decent. Now in India you can see this, hear this common, very commonly. I'm already married, what is there to groom? I'm giving you very simple examples. Look into yourself. You have shut many of your possibilities with the idea you are a finished product. Sometimes you also think, if I am more loving, how nice it will be. But you come to the conclusion, end of the thought current, you come to the conclusion that is not for me, it is all over now. It's okay, leave it. Let me live and go. Or you start doing the actions where others will recognize you that you are a loving person. You don't work for really becoming loving. See, you just give some money, you just give some little time or attention. So others perceive you are a loving person. You work for that. You do not try to understand the physiology and psychology of the love and how to manifest that as a reality from your very core. You feel that is all done. Once I was teaching about the science of what you want and what you believe. What you want, you will never manifest. What you believe as you will manifest only that. One fellow came and told me, oh, I believe all only negative things. My life is done. No, listen. When I am giving you this science, I want you to understand you have a possibility even to change your belief. I am not here to tell you about doomsday. No. For Shaivite, only it's boomsday. There's no doomsday, don't worry. There's no doomsday for Shaivites. The first idea you need to have, Shaktipada, connection. The first principle you need to internalize is you are a possibility. You are not yet done. In every dimension, your health, you have a great possibility to live 300 years healthily, even if you are already in deathbed. Actually, what is deathbed, you know? When you come to the conclusion, you have no more possibility, you are in deathbed, even if you are 20, even if you are a teenager. Whether it is a health or wealth or love or relationships or completion, peace, enlightenment or power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a loud statement I am giving it towards the whole humanity. Hey, you are a possibility. Power manifestation is a statement I am giving it towards the humanity. You are a possibility. Second statement, listen. The first statement is you are a possibility. You are not yet done. Even if you are 97, chronological age, have 10 grandkids, you are only a possibility. You are not yet done. Even Sadashiva, after manifesting all the Bhuvanas, Brahmandas, even he lives with the depth cognition that is a possibility. Understand? Even he does not come to the conclusion he is done. No. Even he lives with the cognition is a possibility. That is the first principle you need to catch up. Only then manifesting your reality is possible. You are a possibility. The second statement. Listen to the second statement. All impossibilities you perceive as your patterns, restrictive thought currents, destructive concepts, the patterns you carry, the samskaras you carry, thought currents you cherish, which are restrictive, destructive, which reduces your power manifestation. All of them are dead. Please listen. Listen to the second statement. I'll give you an example. If you think, I want to get up in the morning and do yoga and build my body, but my laziness, you see, morning, any alarm cannot wake me up. If you think you have that lazy pattern which is restricting your possibility, or that boredom, I really want to learn French, but you see, I am tired and bored, I don't know when I will open the book and when I want to learn. I really want to learn English, but I cannot stand reading one statement and one sentence. If you think all these patterns are torturing you, listen carefully. The good news is all your patterns are dead. But the person who needs to break the patterns will is alive. Listen, your patterns are not living part of you. They do not live, means they do not exist. You are a living mechanism. They are not part of the living mechanism, which is you. Listen carefully. This is a second statement of physiology of reality. Physiology of this whole reality. Listen carefully. For example, this LED screen in Rajya Sabha, this mic in Rajya Sabha and speaker in Rajya Sabha, all three are integral part. That is why my lip movement in the LED screen and the words I am uttering are in sync when it reaches you. I think it is in sync. They are in sync. So you see my lip movement and the words you hear, they are in sync, means they are part of the living organism.
They both are living, alive. One is working with the other. One is coordinating with the other. One lives with the other. Understand? But your patterns and you are not living organism. Listen carefully. Your patterns and you are like Indian divorce couple. They almost live together in the same room and same bed, but don't talk to each other. Now look around. In all your families, you will find one like this. In all your near and dear ones, you will find one couple like this. You and your patterns are not living organism in sync with each other. The good news is all your patterns. The patterns stops you learning, stops you doing yoga, or stops you manifesting powers. That is the best news. All your toxification, toxic mental setup, corrosion, erosion of your third eye, everything, the good news is they are all dead. They do not have life. Understand? Shaktipada need to happen with this second truth. When Sadashiva gave this signs to Devi and Vishnu adopts these signs to run the universe, he has divided it as 4 parts for our convenience. These truths I am sharing with you all are from the part called Vidyapada. Listen to this principle very carefully. It can liberate you once for all from tons of the internal and intra confusions and conflicts with which you are stuck. I tell you, 90% of the problems are inside. The remaining 10% does not exist. Do not ever think, no, Swamiji, if just this one problem outside is solved, I am free. Understand, if you perceive something cannot be solved by you, that itself is an internal problem. The other day, one of my brahmacharini was telling me, Swamiji, I know what is the solution, but I don't know how to do it. Then I told, it is not solution. If you think you know the solution and you can't do it, it is not a solution. Understand? Same way, as long as you perceive problem, it's a problem inside. Listen to the second truth, second principle. Everything you think stops you, whether your physiology, mind, life. I have seen people coming and telling me, I always want to be loving Swamiji, but the moment I see that fellow, I just burst. Mess up the whole thing, only then I even remember I wanted to be very loving. I really want to wake up and do yoga and build the body, but only after morning 10 o'clock I even understand the world exists. I really do not want to drink. But I don't know what happens. The moment it is weekend, Friday evening, I already discover myself I am in the bar. And I don't know what happens from workplace to the bar, how I reach, I don't know. I suddenly wake up with a bottle and cigarette. Only then I am realizing I am alive. Whatever may be the pattern, please understand, they are dead. They do not have life. They get life only when your will supports it. A dead body gets life if your soul enters into it. If you decide your soul will not enter into the dead body cannot create mess in your life. Maybe your soul is convinced by the dead body, that body will be really comfortable place for you to live. Listen, listen. Listen carefully. The second principle is too important. Life do not exist for all your incompletions and patterns. It can be as powerful as womanizing and drugging and whatever patterns you may think, or cheating, constant lying, or even if you are a lawyer, your patterns are dead. Whatever you may think, the good news you have is your patterns are dead. They do not have independent life. They are not alive. Understand? Big relief is up. So I have to only kill the dead snakes. You don't even need to kill, you just need to remove them. They are already dead. You just need to remove them and burn them. Do the last rites for them. The only thing you need to do in your life is neither completion nor tapas. You just need to do last rites for your patterns. Nothing other than the last rites is left for you to do. Doing last rites for your patterns is tapas. You just need to recognize, understand. The second idea you need to have Shaktipada is your patterns are dead. Just look, it is actually dead. Till your will supports, it cannot have power over you. It can be as complicated as phobias. The patterns encouraged and built by toxic psychiatry industry. Understand the word I am uttering. Toxic psychiatry industry. Above 80% of the students in the US university campuses are under the control of the legalized toxic psychiatry industry. God. They harm human beings 1,000 times more than any illegal drugs. legalized toxic psychiatry industry. If at all you want to awake the humanity, raise the humanity, please wage a war against legal toxic psychiatry industry. That is much, much worse than illegal drugs. I am not supporting illegal drugs, understand? I am only saying this legal toxic psychiatry industry is harming you too much. I tell you. Go and see near, you should understand it is not a ghost. Take the child there and make him understand it is only a tree, not a ghost. But you try to find all other solutions. One, you try to give a knife to the child. Go and cut the tree, cut that ghost. Or don't come in this road, turn and go to the other road. Or better sedate him. Let him not even come out of bed. If he comes out of the bed only, he will walk in this room, in this road and see this tree, cry, there is a ghost, sedate him. You find everything else other than solution. Toxic psychiatry industry finds everything other than cure. It is adharmic way of keeping people under your control. I tell you, most highest, worst, immoral way of keeping people under your control is toxic psychiatry industry. For Indians, it may not be a big problem, as on now. But I am seeing very clearly next 5 years, Indians going through the same. Because it takes only 5 to 10 years, anything to come from there to here. Whether it is a genes or inner behavior, all. When I say all, I mean double meaning, all, A-L-L. It takes only 10 years for anything to come from there to here. From West to India. Listen. This second principle can solve the whole issue once for all. You need to be taught from the beginning your patterns are dead. That's a truth. You give life to it. Your will gives life to it, nobody else. Whether it's a sleeping pattern in the morning or pattern, you can't run your day without your depression medication, or the pattern, you can't sleep without your sleeping pills, or the pattern, all compulsive thought currents and compulsive actions. Listen. All compulsive thought currents and compulsive actions do not have life of its own. Every day you give life to it, believing the patterns have its own life. No. Patterns suck your blood and make you believe they are alive independent of you. It's like politicians making you believe. They suck your blood, but they make you believe they are alive independent of you. And you are dependent on them. No way, nowhere. Patterns can have independent life. Third statement, very important, understand. Your will gives life to your patterns. You deciding you will not give life to them anymore means patterns are dead already. You just need to perform the last rites. You just need to perform the last rites. I wanted you to have Shaktipada. Means realizing these three statements. I'll repeat all the three statements. First, listen to all these three statements. Just sit up, and even if you missed in between, went away somewhere for vacation and came back, it's okay. Now listen, just these three. You are a possibility. You are a seed. You are not yet done. Finished product. You are not a finished product. You are only a seed. Happening. Opening and happening. Second, all your patterns you think which stops you, restricts you, puts you in impossibility, stops your growth, manifesting your reality, everything, all of them are dead. They do not have independent life. Third, your will is only life energy, living organism, living mechanism, living principle in you. If your will stops giving life to your patterns, they cannot exist. They just have to leave your intestine along with your kadkapudi. Nothing else. I'll continue to expand on this physiology of reality and make you all experientially manifest at least one of your reality as example, sample for you. So you can go and start using the same science and technology continuously. Yes. Now, I wanted these first three principles to be internalized in all of us. Listen, I'll repeat again. The first principle, you are a possibility. You are a seed. You are not finished product. You are not yet finished. That's a good news. You are not finished yet. That's a good news. Any idea, concept, pattern which is stopping you internalizing it. If you have few minutes, pen down. Listen carefully. See, when I say you are not a finished product, I mean, in your health, what do you want to become, you can become. It's not that your life is, your body is sealed, that nothing can be done anymore. You can't change the shape, size, or strength, power, energy. There's nothing like you can't change all of them. It's all over. No. You can change anything as you want. Still, the possibility is open, available. In every level, whether health or wealth or mind or relationships or whatever, in every level, how things can happen, how possibilities can open. If you have any idea, pattern that it is not possible, pen them down. By bringing it to your awareness, I'll make them powerless over you. I'll remove them from your inner space, from your cognition, from your depth. Second, the impossibilities you carry. Listen carefully. The patterns which restrict you. Oh, this is not possible, that is not possible, my wife will not allow, my boss will not allow, and the society is not going to allow. So many impossibilities you carry. The patterns you carry. My own laziness will not allow, my own energy is not that capable, or my thinking is not that capable, I am not that intelligent. All the stupidity you carry. All that. Pen down all the impossible patterns you carry. Means which are dead snakes. If you are having dead snakes all over you, you are only Shava. Only if you are having living snakes, you are Shiva. Will is the living snake. All the patterns are dead snakes. So all the dead snakes you are carrying, pen them down. Third, only your will is alive, which can change all the dead patterns. If you pen down just first two exercises, that's enough. You can internalize the third one. Few minutes. Why I am asking you to pen down? Only when you pen down, you will think about it. Otherwise, you will sit and listen like a Bhagavatam. I want you to think, look into these ideas, try to internalize. Let's take few minutes and pen down all the patterns, headache, curing your stomach, healing your stomach pain, are as difficult as you think. Expressing, manifesting Sadashivatva and his powers, Whatever it is, whether it is a small problem or big problem, whatever plane, whatever level, whatever aspect, whatever dimension you feel you are done, pen down that. Pen down that. Even if you are 99, almost in deathbed, I can make you manifest powers of Sadashiva. Understand? No, I'm not, no, sorry, please understand, I'm not doing any proud claiming or pride claiming or ego claiming. No. I'm just stating the fact. It's a simple fact straight away. It's as simple as getting rid of, your problem can be as simple as getting rid of your headache, or as difficult as getting rid of the person who is giving you a headache. Whatever, the moment you feel you are done, it's not possible, pen down that. And then the patterns you feel most difficult are torturing you, your impossibilities, pen down all of that. The good news you have is all your patterns, it can be as wild as you can imagine, they are dead. They are not even asuras. Even asuras have power, they have life. Your patterns are not even asuras. They are not even bhutas. No, they are not ghosts. They are just pretas. Understand? They are not bhutas, they are only pretas. You need to know the difference between bhuta and preta. Bhuta has life. It can frighten you. Preta has no life. Your fear only frightens you seeing the preta. Preta does not frighten you, means dead body. Your fear of it frightens you. So your patterns are pretas, dead bodies, not bhutas, ghosts, not asuras, demons, not rakshasas, devils. No. Come on, pen down. Let's burn them. Today is last rite for all your patterns. Completion is the last rite, Shraddha, for all your patterns. Listen. First, I gave these 3 basic principles on physiology of your reality. Next, you internalized them, digged out the patterns, your impossibilities. Now, the third important step, listen. As I told you, your will is the only living mechanism. I should say organism. Your will is the only living organism in your system. Using the will, making all your dead patterns redundant, irrelevant, is what I call completion. Listen. Completion means making your patterns, impossibilities, past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, incompletions which are sitting in your present and destroying your future, making them irrelevant and redundant to your life because they are already dead. You are now surrounded by dead snakes. Don't be frightened. If you are frightened, you may get heart attack and die, but not by the snake poison. Being surrounded by the dead snakes and having heart attack and dying is the worst way of dying. That is too cheap way of dying. Even in death, don't be so cheap. No, really. Even in death, don't be so cheap. That is like drinking milk and vomiting, and during the vomiting, something gets locked in your throat and dying. No, too bad. Even in death, have dignity. Making your already dead patterns. First of all, recognizing they are already dead. Your patterns, impossibilities, incompletions, past thoughts, residues, hangovers. Listen. All the ideas of impossibilities you carry, the thought currents from the past, sitting in your present and destroying your future, I call them incompletions. Making all those incompletions redundant, you don't need to kill them, they are already dead. That's why they smell so bad. They are dead bodies, they stink, but they can't harm you. That's a beautiful thing. The good news is they are dead. The bad news is they stink. Till you burn them, they stink. You can't afford to keep quiet, saying that they are already dead. No, you need to burn them. You need to do the last rites. Let's do the last rites now. That is completion. Understand? It's one of the most powerful technique. Sadashiva explains this technique to Devi Parvati, and in Shivagama, Shivajnanopanishad, chapter, Shivajnanopanishad chapter, 94th verse, 22nd technique. I'll read out the verse and then explain the technique. Chittat yanta kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vikalpanam apavena vikalpair uchito bhavet. I'll give you the translation. Listen. All the patterns, incompletions, which you feel are stopping you, relive them with your will. Reliving means how they are functioning in you. Go in that same circuit and see how, when an impossibility pattern comes up, how you become tired, bored, frustrated. Scream in your shower. Many do that. When you are in your restroom, in your shower, if you suddenly remember impossibility pattern or a person who is embodiment of impossibility in your life, the way you react. Remember each of the patterns and the way you build that pattern, the way you react to that pattern, relive them. Understand? Reliving is not remembering. Remembering means sitting and thinking what happened. Reliving means forgetting the present and getting into that situation and literally like a 5D, like 3D, 4D, 5D, experiencing it. How when you are in shower, if you remember the person, you slap the water. Literally scream. Relive, not remember. No. I am not asking you to remember. I am asking you to relive every impossibility, every incompletion, every powerlessness, every suffering, every suffocation which stops you, which makes you feel you are not yet complete, which makes you feel you can't manifest what you want. Each of this pattern, just go into that pattern, read what you wrote, go into that pattern, and the same experience, same emotion, relive them consciously. Suddenly you will see they collapse. That impossibility collapses. Means the dead snake is burnt. Your will is the only living mechanism. If you relive all the dead patterns, your will realize your patterns are dead. They do not have life. They were posing as if they have life. They themselves do not have life. When you relive, this understanding will raise in your system. Some of the impossibilities, patterns you carry, which are sitting inside you very powerfully, will collapse completely. And I am sitting here to make the Shakti Nipada happen in you and bring completion inside you. You do your job, I'll do my job. You take one step, I'll take 1,000 steps. You try your best, that's enough. Remaining, I'll do it. Actually, I can do it directly. The problem is, if you don't even try whatever you can, you don't feel you achieved that state even if the completion happens. You create self-doubt. Did I really do or I slept? So you put all your efforts. I'll do my job. I'll repeat the instruction. Every pattern you wrote, spend few minutes on each pattern and relive there. That suffering, suffocation, incompletion, nameless emotion, frustration, everything consciously relive at least 5 times. Suddenly you will see they will lose power over you. They will just collapse. They are no more heavy on you. Each of the patterns, impossibilities, incompletions, frustrations you wrote, pick them up and start reliving with your will. Start reliving. Reliving will be relieving. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way,
most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I'll make you all Subramanya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, thank you Swamiji for yet another groundbreaking Nithya Satsang. Life is simply all about having powerful cognitions intellectually, having love for higher beings emotionally, and manifesting higher existence consciously. Through this Nithya Satsang, the inner framework architecture has been created, the right ambience has been created so that Paramashiva, the highest existence, can manifest through us. The powers that Paramashiva has given, described in the Agamas, 463 of them, are all open to us, made available to us by the initiation of Bhagavan, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Very powerful courtyard sessions initiated disciples, devotees, Gurukul, Balasans, so many thousands of people have started manifesting the powers. Let's enter into yet another powerful session where we manifest Paramashiva in the form of the powers that he himself has expressed. Extraordinary powers that are our potential. Let us manifest the highest existence and fulfill the purpose of our existence. Let us ensure that we are available as Paramashiva is available to manifest through all of us. Let us now enter into a very powerful power manifestation session.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
This meeting is being recorded. Nithyananda, let's start the power manifestation. Let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in your third eye, and let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Navalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful darshan, diksha, pada puja, all that has been blessed on us. And Bhagavan, Paramashiva, who has come down as our Guru, has initiated us into going beyond the patterns. The patterns are dead. Only if we have the will, which we give the energy to the patterns, it becomes alive. How yesterday he said about Prajnana mapping, the Satya mapping into Prajnana and become Vijnana. Today he is saying how you can get the patterns of you which are dead, which is not affecting us at all. Such a beautiful space of Shaktipada, the oneness is the ultimate, the will is the ultimate, and only that is the alive part in us. So with that space, let's start the power manifestation. Let's start understanding what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift which can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind, the ultimate powerfulness to Tulya Theta. Beautifully, Bhagavan describes in this whole satsang, where he says the patterns, the anger, the addiction, anything that we have, the guilt, the stress, the worry, everything is a pattern which is dead. Only if we decide to give the will, we believe in it, and we start experiencing it again and again. For each moment, the beautiful, most beautiful thing he said is, each moment we are like a seed. We are completely new, and we could experience the ultimate state every moment, living in the now. But the patterns keep on troubling us. When we relive and simply it disappears, the reliving again and again, makes us understand there's no power in those patterns, and simply it gets withered away. And only the space of completion is left with us. So the beautiful space of completion, the powerfulness that nothing disturbs me. How beautifully Bhagavan says, the screen is not disturbed by any of the movies, which is a sad movie or violent movie or anything. The screen does not get disturbed. Same way, our inner space, the consciousness does not get disturbed. Whatever the pattern we are going through is because we are giving power to those patterns and living powerless. By manifesting powers, we restore ourselves to the higher state of consciousness of Turiya, heightened intelligence, awareness, or Turiyatita, the consciousness itself expressing through us. Paramashiva, who's Ajumuha, beyond the form and formless, as Satyojata, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, Ishana, is doing the Panchakritya of manifestation, of sustenance, regeneration, delusion, pulling us out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Constantly, the Big Bang and Bang whole is happening in us. The ultimate space, the infinity, all-inclusive space is what we exist as reality. Paramashiva, who has come down as our Guru, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is an avatar from Hinduism and a supreme pontiff of Hinduism, has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based universities user-friendly for the modern world. He has survived the worst persecution in the multi-level by the anti-Hindu element. Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, and his Hindu diasporas are working for global peace, and His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda Hindu University, which has extended campus in 150 countries, and he is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamala Pita, Sarvanya Pita, Swargapura, Adinam, and present Maharaj of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. Bhagavan has come down to revive the Hinduism, raise the humanity into superconscious being. He has given the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Vedas and Agamas, the Shastra Pramanas, which are the eternal, unchangeable truths, which is revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamars, Alvars, and Siddhas, the authority of Hinduism, the Vedic Rishis, who are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramanas are the avatars who land on planet Earth, all the god and goddesses who land on planet Earth and raise the humanity. Now, Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation. They play the Leela of a human being with human mind and human limitation and ferociously break the boredom and tiredness, showing us the experience of being superconscious being. The Shakshi Pramanas are the millions of disciples, devotees, and followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Here, today Bhagavan has given beautifully from Sarvagnato Agama that he's been talking to all of us in the beautiful space of oneness. We can understand the higher reality of all-knowingness in the fullness.
The power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvajnanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatma bhavena samsitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatma bhavena samsitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta विकल्परहितस्य तु.
Such a beautiful agama where Bhagavan beautifully says, within such a yogi who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and who keeps himself free from all sort of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowing Sarvangatvam gets unfolded in all its fullness. Such a beautiful space is available for all of us. Periva, the Shankaracharya, Sringeri Shankaracharya, who lived as Periva, who was able to speak in any language. He was able to download anything simply by manifesting this power. We know that Arunagiri Nadar has manifested this power when they went into instant completion when Muruga initiated him. Now Paramashiva has come down and told us to relive the patterns so that that becomes redundant in us, so that we don't feel that we are different from the source. The Pasa, Pasu and Pati. Bhagavan beautifully explains that how we think we are no different from the Paramashiva space and how our attachment, the inner identity, the Pasa, continuously runs our life. Bhagavan beautifully says the outer identity, getting rid of that, and the inner identity of all the incompletion, anger, frustration, addiction, all that we are accumulated in the inner identity, and getting that out by reliving that, which is just a dead pattern. Bhagavan beautifully says, plays the Leela. Once when Bhagavan was lying down and sleeping, and Arunagiri Yogi, he came and, his yoga guru came and woke him up. And he said, I will not get up and for the yoga. And when he said, you can have a cup of coffee, he simply woke up and came. And then his yoga guru said, Ragapati Yogi, he said very clearly, just for a cup of coffee, see how you're able to align to your highest identity and you're able to let go your boredom and tiredness of laziness of sleeping. Bhagavan really clicked with that, and he experiences and expresses for us to understand how it's so simple. When we have the will to manifest the reality, when we decide what is more important in our life, where we need to align ourselves, not in the outer world, but in the inner space, to the highest possibility of Paramashiva space in us, simply we can let go all these patterns which are creating non-dual continuously in us and differentiating us from the ultimate power who we are. Constantly living that is abhyasa, Bhagavan says so beautifully. Again and again, realigning whenever the pattern comes, ready to give up the pattern by reliving the pattern and aligning to the source, who you are, the seed, the possibility, the ultimate oneness, Shaktipada, how we exist. Because Bhagavan has initiated us, simply we can get rid of the patterns and experience the oneness with Bhagavan. Here he beautifully says, absolute non-dual oneness with Paramashiva, who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notion. We are not different from the original source. We are just deluded into these patterns which are projected as our reality, which is our perception. When we understand this very clearly and get rid of the patterns that we are not, whatever we are projecting is just another projection from our patterns. And getting rid of the patterns with the will persistence, the will, so beautifully Bhagavan describes, will is something you already have seen happen in you. That is why it is a belief. You believe you can walk. You believe you can talk. You believe you can run. Same thing, whatever you believe is your reality. And you believe these patterns are affecting you. You believe they are more bigger, stronger than who you are. That is the reason why it affects you. Bhagavan beautifully says, once the cloud that we see in the daytime, which is not happening in the night, the clouds which we see and say it's blocking the sun, but because of the sun only the clouds appear. In the nighttime there is no clouds. Our patterns are like that. Because we are able to see is because Bhagavan has initiated us into the higher reality. We are able to see the pattern. There's so many unconscious who are living without knowing that their pattern even existing. Here, once we see the pattern, getting rid of that by reliving it is the ultimate space we can create of oneness. The pattern just disappears and we are in Shaktipada with Bhagavan, just downloading all the knowledge that Bhagavan has for us. Here, Bhagavan beautifully says that keep himself free from all sort of differentiating notion, the exalt supreme power of all knowing, Sarvangatva, get unfolded in all its fullness. The Apta Pramana. We have so many Apta Pramana, the greatest beings who lived on planet Earth. The Mahabharata is the longest poem, epic poem known, and it is described even now as the longest poem ever written. It is still not beaten. The longest version consists over 200,000 individual verses and 1.8 million words in total. He downloaded the whole thing and Vyasa narrated the whole Mahabharata. It is possible that so many reference of so many people, Arunagiri was initiated by Muruga when he was in such a depressed life. Immediately he completed and his whole body became fine. He was in such a traumatic health condition by epidemic literally happening to him. And he wanted to commit suicide. He went on top of the Tiruvannamalai hill, Tiruvannamalai temple, and wanted to jump out of that and commit suicide. Muruga appeared and completed him, and he is sung the Tirupugar, the greatest verse, just like that on Muruga. It is possible for all of us to experience this. Guru Namachivayam, he is from Karnataka and he wanted to go around the temple and enter into the Tiruvannamalai temple. But Shiva told him, unless you sing in Tamil on me, you will not enter. Simply, he connected to Shiva and he was able to sing so many verses. Each of these great saints who were in human body, who are able to beautifully download the ultimate, and possibly they can really narrate the whole thing just by connecting in Shaktipada with Paramashiva. So it is very much possible for all of us to experience this. 1.8 million words they were able to download. Bhagavan himself, he learned the Abhirami Andadi when he was in mother's womb and simply narrated. Bhagavan has narrated many instances, and this is one of the sweetest instances where he just narrated Abhirami Andadi, which he learned from mother's womb. So beautiful. Bhagavan has given us the possibility of how we can exist, and we are all knowing. Simply, we have seen so many different possibility of human being narrating from just connecting in Shaktipada. And we have Elizabeth here who says, who's able to connect and just tell about the planets, string theories, and how the compasses image of the stars, constellations. She was able to narrate everything when she connected with Bhagavan. Patricia says she can connect to the planets. And here, much more we have. This person was able to connect and she was able to translate "We are gods" into French, just like that. And French is not a language she is familiar of. Simply, she was so amazed of what words are appearing, and it's absolutely correct. And here she says, I download the verse 13 of Isha Upanishad, connecting to Swamiji. The ultimate starts happening once you're in Shaktipada, and simply you can see the letters and words appearing. Only you have to first understand you are manifesting. Start from there. Then the manifestation happen. You are Paramashiva. Not after you manifest, you verify something. It is first you declare and then the manifestation happen. We have seen the scientific study, Pratyaksha Pramana, where we have seen when people are healed, first they really visualize the person very fine and healthy, and then they start the healing. Simply the person is healed in few days. Same thing, manifestation happens exactly like that. You declaring that you're manifesting and you are Paramashiva, you are not the patterns. Patterns are not you. Patterns are your guest. Keep them outside, Bhagavan beautifully says. Guest is not somebody you have to have. You are your will and you are the family. You take the higher precedence over your guest. Just running the guest is not required. You can simply connect to Bhagavan and manifest the ultimate. Here today we are going to translate into English the Sanskrit verse that we have. Bhagavan beautifully says, the me in me is the pure consciousness, is the canvas on which deep sleep, dream, and waking state are painted. The painting colors may differ, but the quality of the canvas is not going to differ. This is the truth through which I manifest Paramashiva in me through all these three states. Bhagavan beautifully says, if you connect to the canvas, not the painting, you will be in the space of Paramashiva and able to download any information that Bhagavan is projecting. Here you can write down this verse that I am projecting right now, and you can start translating the whole thing once we start the Mahavakya. Let's go by the instruction. I'll come to this slide again. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, remembering Bhagavan in your third eye. Again and again, when you remember, is liberation. Bhagavan beautifully says, always our fear and greed is where we exist. Our awareness is only on that. But if you raise to Agnya, your third eye, between your eyebrows, as Bhagavan himself, simply you will be liberated. Absolute unclutching that Bhagavan beautifully said. In the space of just you are the seed, you're not the patterns. Patterns are your guest. You don't have to entertain them if you decide to. Do the Tyaga that I am Paramashiva, and that is the only strength, declaring complete integrity to who you want to be. Your integrity to you are Paramashiva is higher than your patterns. Experience the ultimate oneness, the Shakti Pada, who you are. How you feel you are a male, female, tall, short. Same way, feel that you are Paramashiva, you are Bhagavan, who's experiencing this whole oneness and manifesting reality. To raise the frequency, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra that Bhagavan has initiated us into. To raise the frequency, it's the passcode. Bhagavan beautifully says, I am aligned to Paramashiva, and I can just manifest in you if you raise the frequency with the passcode of the Mahavakya. Again and again chant the Mahavakya, literally your whole being vibrates. Now, let's translate this sutra into English. This is in Sanskrit. Deeply connect to Bhagavan, chant the Mahavakya, continuously unclutch, and understand the only strength is with Bhagavan, only appointment with Bhagavan. There's no patterns, no thoughts, anything comes in between. Contemplate on the great truth that Bhagavan has given in the Satsang, that you are not the patterns. Patterns are dead, and it does not exist unless you give the will to it. Have only will to manifest the Paramashiva space in you. Again and again, start now with chanting the Mahavakya for 11 minutes. We'll have the oneness capsule. Let's start chanting. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
The recording has stopped.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, we'll now show the slide.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. This is the first round where the translation goes. O
The Guru is consciousness, eternal, peaceful, beyond space and stainless. He is beyond Nada Bindu Kala. I bow down to that Guru. So beautifully, here it says, we'll go to the second sutra, which we are going to download. We'll go to the next slide. We are going to, you can write the slide down, the Sanskrit verse. We're going to have 10 minutes of deep connecting to Bhagavan and having the will persistence. Whatever you see as your translation, whatever Bhagavan reveals, just pen it down. And simply you will see that Bhagavan has revealed the essence, the thought current, and the words from the sutra for you. We are going to have oneness capsule for 10 minutes now, and we are going to chant the Mahavakya intensely again and download whatever Bhagavan shows in this, pen down the whatever gets revealed and take a timestamp picture of that. And at the end of the 10 minutes, we'll again verify what Bhagavan has revealed. So let's start the next cycle. The chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, you can note down the details. And we're going to start the next cycle for another 10 minutes. Deeply connect to Bhagavan in oneness. Complete, absolute unclutching from the patterns which are dead. Have only the will persistence. See yourself manifesting these powers. And simply you will make it very easy for yourself translating any of these verses. You'll get the thought current, you'll get the context, you'll get the words simply by connecting. Let's start the second cycle. Chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Previous slide. Yes, the previous slide, we'll just show you the translation of the sutra. Go to previous slide. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the technical glitch. So you can verify what you had now experienced in the second sutra. Let the vital life energy, wind, present in now merge into all pervading, eternal, cosmic, the air. And now let this gross body, along with the body, disintegrate into basic element and be the sacred ashes. Such a beautiful verse. You can verify what you have experienced, what is revealed, and the thought current, the words, the whatever Bhagavan has revealed for you. Just make a note and you can share it in the, for Facebook viewers, you can share it in the tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Next slide. You can share it. This is, sorry for the delay. This is tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when you surrender, you raise your higher reality. And whatever Bhagavan is showing through your third eye, Bhagavan, what a revelation is our huge completion which happens inside. Again and again, have the will persistent to manifest more and more reality and not the dead patterns, which by reliving again and again, it just leaves the thoughts and simply gets removed from our life. So ask Bhagavan with a deep seeking and gratitude to bless you without the patterns and be in the existential reality again and again, aligning to your space of Paramashiva in you. With that, let's end this session with a Purna mantra. Let's sit straight. Visualize Bhagavan in your third eye and chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you for participating in the Power Manifestation session. Please make sure be available for the Courtyard session and share this with as many people causing their reality. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.